Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story.
In the days when the shadow was growing long across Middle-earth, though not yet stretching to its full and terrible reach, there came a time when Gandalf the Grey received a summons that would test not only his wisdom, but his very understanding of friendship and the corruption that power brings to even the noblest of hearts. The message arrived by way of Radagast the Brown, that gentle wizard who preferred the company of beasts and birds to the counsels of the wise, and it bore the seal of Saruman the White, chief of the Istari and keeper of Orthanc, that great tower which stood like a black fang rising from the ring of Isengard. The words upon the parchment were cordial enough, speaking of urgent matters requiring discussion, of knowledge that must be shared, and of the growing darkness that demanded the combined wisdom of the wizards. Yet even as Gandalf read those carefully crafted phrases in the peaceful gardens of the Shire, where he had been enjoying the simple hospitality of the hobbits and the uncomplicated joy of pipeweed and fireworks, a small unease stirred in his heart. It was not suspicion, not yet, for Saruman had long been his colleague, and, he had thought, his friend. Rather it was the feeling one gets when clouds gather on a distant horizon, not yet threatening, but speaking of change to come. Gandalf sat beneath the party tree in Hobbiton, his grey robes blending with the dappled shadows, and considered the summons. Around him, hobbits went about their business with the cheerful industry that characterized their kind, tending gardens, gossiping at garden gates, and preparing the abundant meals that marked the passing of their days. They paid him little mind, for the wizard had become a familiar sight in the Shire over the long years, and his presence was as much a part of the landscape as the Green Dragon Inn or the mill by the water. A group of young hobbit children played nearby, their laughter rising like music on the warm summer air, and Gandalf found himself reluctant to leave this place of peace and innocence for the cold stone halls of Isengard. Yet duty called, and wisdom demanded that he heed the summons. For if Saruman had indeed discovered something of importance regarding the growing threat from the east, then it was Gandalf's responsibility to learn of it and to act accordingly. He had walked the paths of Middle-earth for long centuries, guarding against the return of the ancient evil, and he knew that vigilance must never waver, not even for the comfort of a hobbit's garden or the pleasure of smoke rings blown into a golden afternoon. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of many years, Gandalf rose from his seat beneath the ancient tree, knocked the ashes from his pipe, and made ready to depart. The journey to Orthanc took many days, leading Gandalf through lands that bore the marks of unquiet times. He travelled first through the Shire's gentle countryside, where the worst troubles were disputes over property lines and the occasional rivalry between families over whose vegetables grew largest. But as he passed beyond the borders of that protected realm and made his way through the wilder lands beyond, he began to see signs that troubled his wise heart. Villages stood abandoned, their cottages dark and their fields untended. The few folk he encountered spoke in hushed voices of strange riders seen in the night, of wolves grown bold and numerous, and of a sense of watching eyes that made even the bravest reluctant to travel far from their hearths after dark. Gandalf took note of all these things, filing them away in his memory as pieces of a puzzle not yet fully revealed. He had lived through the long ages of Middle-earth and had seen the patterns of darkness repeat themselves in different forms. Evil, he knew, did not announce itself with trumpets and banners, but crept in slowly, like frost advancing across a window pane, beautiful in its way, but deadly in its touch. These signs, he observed, were like the first whispers of winter, when autumn should still hold sway, and they spoke to him of a hastening of plans long laid in shadow. As he journeyed westward toward the Gap of Rohan, the land grew more rugged and the weather more uncertain. Great clouds piled up against the mountains like fortresses of vapour, and the wind carried strange scents that reminded him of his long years spent studying the ways of the enemy. Sometimes as he rode, Gandalf would pause and stand perfectly still, his staff planted firmly in the earth, his head tilted as though listening to voices only he could hear. And indeed he was listening, for the wizard's art involved not just the manipulation of fire and light, but a deeper understanding of the very fabric of the world, the music that underlay all creation, and the discords that threatened to tear it asunder. The days grew shorter and the nights longer as he travelled, and with each passing mile, the unease in Gandalf's heart grew stronger. He found himself remembering conversations with Saruman from years past, words spoken in the councils of the wise, small moments that, at the time, had seemed insignificant, but which now, viewed through the lens of growing concern, took on new and troubling meanings. There had been a change in Saruman, subtle but unmistakable to one who had known him for so long. Where once the White Wizard had spoken of protection and preservation, of guarding the free peoples of Middle-earth against the return of darkness, his words had gradually shifted toward different themes. He spoke more of power, of the need to meet strength with strength, of ancient law that might be turned to new purposes. Gandalf had noted these changes, but had attributed them to the natural evolution of thought that comes with long study and deep consideration of difficult problems. Now, however, making his way toward Orthanc with that strange summons drawing him onward, he wondered if he had been too charitable in his interpretation. The wizard's path was fraught with dangers that went beyond physical peril, for those who studied and wielded power were always at risk of becoming enamoured with it, of believing that their wisdom justified the accumulation of might, that good intentions could sanctify questionable means. At last, after many days of travel, Gandalf reached the Vale of Isengard and looked upon Orthanc for the first time in several years. The sight that met his eyes gave him pause, for much had changed since his last visit. The ring of Isengard, that great circular wall that encompassed the vale, stood as it always had, its stone still bearing the marks of the ancient craftsman who had raised it in the days when Gondor's power was at its height. But within that ring, changes had been wrought that spoke of purposes very different from those the place had once served. Where gardens had once bloomed and trees had grown in carefully tended groves, now there stood ordered rows of structures whose purposes Gandalf could not immediately discern. Smoke rose from various points within the vale, and the sound of hammering echoed against the surrounding walls, rhythmic and purposeful, like the beating of some great mechanical heart. The clear streams that had once run through the valley, fed by mountain springs and flowing naturally through channels cut by time and water, had been diverted and contained in straight courses lined with stone. Even from a distance, Gandalf could sense that the land itself was being bent to new purposes, shaped and controlled in ways that went against its nature. And rising from the centre of it all stood Orthanc itself, that great tower of black stone that was neither wholly of one piece nor built from individual blocks, but seemed rather to have been shaped from the living rock by arts now lost to Middle-earth. 4 great pillars rose from corners squared to the cardinal directions, joining at a height that made even the surrounding peaks seem diminished. In the space between these pillars, balconies and windows looked out over the vale and the lands beyond, and atop it all was a flat surface where one might stand and survey all that lay below. It was a place of power and ancient craft, built by the Númenóreans when their skill was at its height, and it had endured through all the long years since their fall, unchanged and unchanging. As Gandalf approached the gates of Isengard, riding upon Shadowfax who had carried him swiftly across the final miles, he noted that guards now stood watch where once the entrance had stood open to all who came in friendship. They were men of the mark, Rohirrim by their dress and bearing, but their manner was strange. They did not have the open-faced honesty characteristic of that people, but instead watched him with eyes that seemed to measure and calculate. When they recognised him as Gandalf the Grey, they admitted him without question, but their bows seemed perfunctory, as though mere formality rather than genuine respect moved them to courtesy. The path through Isengard led past many of the structures Gandalf had observed from afar, and now he could see more clearly what purposes they served. Here were forges where metal was worked, their fires burning hot and steady. There were storehouses filled with materials whose purposes he could guess at, but did not fully understand. Men moved among these buildings with the purposeful efficiency of workers engaged in some great project, but they did not sing at their labours as craftsmen typically did, nor did they pause to greet the wizard as he passed. Instead, they kept their eyes on their work, and Gandalf felt their awareness of him like a weight upon his shoulders. At the base of Orthanc itself, Gandalf dismounted from Shadowfax and stood for a moment, gazing up at the tower that stretched above him into the grey sky. The stone was black as midnight, smooth as polished glass in some places, and ridged in others, with patterns that seemed to shift and change depending on how the light struck them. There was a magnificence to it that could not be denied, a testament to the craft and power of those who had raised it in ages past. Yet standing there in its shadow, feeling the weight of all that stone above him, Gandalf felt something else as well. A coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature of the air and everything to do with the purposes to which this ancient monument was now being turned. The great door of Orthanc opened before him without any visible agency, swinging inward on hinges that made no sound despite the immense weight they must bear. Beyond lay a hallway lined with pillars carved from the same seamless stone as the tower itself, their surfaces inscribed with letters and symbols in the ancient script of Númenor. Torches burned in sconces along the walls, their flames steady and bright, casting sharp shadows that seemed almost alive in their dancing movement. The air within was cool and dry, carrying a faint scent of old parchment and something else, something Gandalf could not quite identify, but which made his wizard's senses prickle with warning. He walked forward into the tower, his staff tapping rhythmically against the stone floor with each step, the sound echoing in the vast spaces above and around him. There was no one to greet him, no servant or guard to guide his way, but Gandalf had visited Orthanc often enough in years past to know its passages and chambers. He made his way through the lower levels, noting as he went the changes that had been made since his last visit. Where once there had been libraries filled with ancient texts and artifacts preserved from earlier ages, now there were workshops equipped with strange apparatus whose purposes he could only guess at. Where rooms had once been given over to study and contemplation, now they held tables covered with maps and documents, plans and calculations that spoke of organisation on a grand scale. As Gandalf climbed the spiral stairs that wound upward through the heart of the tower, he passed windows that looked out over the Vale of Isengard and the lands beyond. From each successive level, the view grew more expansive, encompassing more of the surrounding country, and with each window he passed, Gandalf could see more clearly the changes that had been wrought below. The pattern of the works within Isengard became more apparent from above, revealing a design and purpose that had not been evident from ground level. It was a place being prepared for war, though war of what kind and against what enemy, Gandalf could not yet say with certainty. At last he reached the upper chambers of the tower, those rooms where Saruman conducted his most important work and received visitors of significance. The door to the chamber stood open, and from within came the sound of a voice speaking, low and measured, though Gandalf could not make out the words. He paused at the threshold, taking a moment to observe before announcing his presence, for he had learned over his long years that much could be gleaned from watching the unguarded moments before social masks were donned. Saruman stood at a great window that looked eastward, his back to the door, his white robes seeming to gather and concentrate what light filtered through the glass. He was speaking, apparently to himself, words in a language that Gandalf recognized as one of the ancient tongues, though spoken with an accent and intonation that seemed somehow wrong, as though the speaker were trying to bend the words to purposes for which they had not been intended. On a table nearby lay a crystal sphere, and as Gandalf watched, Saruman's hand moved toward it, then withdrew, as though the wizard were both drawn to and repelled by the object. Gandalf cleared his throat softly, announcing his presence, and Saruman turned from the window with a smoothness that suggested he had been aware of the other wizard's arrival all along. His face broke into a smile of welcome, but Gandalf, who had known Saruman for more years than mortal men could count, saw that the smile did not quite reach his eyes. There was something calculating in that gaze, a measuring quality that had not been there in earlier times, or perhaps had been present but more carefully concealed. "Welcome, Gandalf," Saruman said, his voice rich and warm, like honey poured over gravel. His words had always possessed a particular quality, a musicality that made them pleasant to hear and easy to believe, and that quality seemed, if anything, to have grown stronger. "It has been too long since last we spoke face to face. The affairs of the world move quickly now, and there is much that requires the attention of the wise. I am grateful that you heeded my summons." Gandalf entered the chamber, his keen eyes taking in every detail. The room was much as he remembered it, lined with books and scrolls, filled with the accumulated knowledge of ages. Yet there were new additions as well, objects that had not been present during his last visit. In one corner stood a staff of black wood, carved with runes that seemed to writhe and shift when looked at directly. Upon the walls hung maps that showed not only Middle-earth as it currently existed, but also earlier configurations, displaying lands long since lost beneath the waves, or transformed beyond recognition by the passage of millennia. "I came as soon as I received your message," Gandalf replied, leaning upon his staff. His tone was friendly but not effusive, for he had learned to guard his words carefully when dealing with those whose purposes were not entirely clear. "You spoke of urgent matters, a knowledge that must be shared. I am eager to learn what has prompted such a summons." Saruman gestured toward chairs that stood near the window, inviting Gandalf to sit, and busied himself for a moment with the preparation of refreshments. There was wine in crystal decanters and water from the mountain springs, simple fare, but offered with ceremony that suggested ritual significance. As he poured, Saruman spoke of inconsequential matters, asking after Gandalf's travels and speaking of the weather and other topics that seemed designed to put a visitor at ease. But Gandalf noted that even as Saruman made these pleasant sounds, his attention kept drifting to the crystal sphere that sat upon its table, and to the maps that showed the disposition of forces across Middle-earth. At last, when the social pleasantries had been observed, and the wine had been poured but barely tasted, Saruman's manner changed. He set down his cup and turned to face Gandalf directly, and all pretense of casual conversation fell away. The change was subtle but unmistakable, like the moment when a mask slips and reveals the true face beneath. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its honeyed quality and taken on a harder edge, one that spoke of certainty and purpose beyond question. "Gandalf, my old friend," Saruman began, and there was something in the way he emphasized those last two words that made them seem less like an expression of affection and more like a reminder of obligations owed. "We stand at a crossroads in the history of Middle-earth, a moment when the choices we make will echo through all the ages to come. The shadow in the east grows stronger with each passing day. Sauron's power waxes, and the time is coming when he will move openly against the free peoples. You know this as well as I do. You have seen the signs, felt the growing darkness." Gandalf nodded slowly, for what Saruman said was true enough as far as it went. "I have indeed seen such signs," he replied carefully. "The enemy stirs once more, and his servants grow bold. This is why we were sent to Middle-earth, is it not? To guard against his return, and to guide the free peoples in their resistance to his dominion." "Ah, yes," Saruman said, beginning to pace back and forth before the window, his white robes swirling around him with each turn. "That is indeed why we were sent, to guard and to guide. But tell me, Gandalf, how does one guard against a power that grows daily stronger? How does one guide peoples who are divided among themselves, who cannot agree on common action, who cling to old grievances when they should be uniting against a common foe?" There was passion in Saruman's voice now, a fire that seemed genuine in its intensity. He gestured toward the mats on the wall, pointing to the scattered kingdoms and territories, the fragmented remnants of once great realms. "Look at them," he continued, his voice rising. "Gondor fades, its strength diminished, its territories shrinking year by year. Rohan is beset by troubles on all sides. The elves prepare to depart from Middle-earth, taking their wisdom and power with them. The dwarves hide in their mountains, concerned only with their own affairs. And men, the race that will inherit this world when all others have passed, are scattered and leaderless, unable to stand together against what is coming. Gandalf listened in silence, his expression thoughtful, giving no indication of the thoughts that moved behind his grey eyes. He had heard such arguments before, though never quite so forcefully stated, never with such barely contained urgency. There was truth in what Saruman said, truth mixed with something else, something that set off warning bells in the depths of Gandalf's wise heart. It was the way a skilled fisherman might mix true statements with false ones, using the truth as bait to make the falsehood more palatable. "What you say has merit," Gandalf replied at last, choosing his words with care. "The free peoples do indeed face challenges, both from without and from within. Unity has always been difficult to achieve among those who value their independence and their particular ways of life. Yet has it not always been thus? In the great wars of ages past, victory came not from perfect unity, but from courage and sacrifice, from individuals choosing to stand against darkness even when the outcome seemed uncertain." Saruman waved his hand dismissively, as though brushing aside an argument too simple to require serious consideration. "Courage and sacrifice," he repeated, his tone suggesting these were naive notions suitable only for songs and stories. Yes, such things have their place, but tell me, Gandalf, how many courageous individuals must die before we admit that courage alone is not enough? How much sacrifice must be made before we acknowledge that there might be a wiser path? He turned from the window and fixed Gandalf with a penetrating stare, and in that moment, the full force of his personality seemed to bear down upon the other wizard like a weight of stone. This was the power that had made Saruman the chief of their order, the ability to command attention and compel belief through sheer force of will and the magnetism of his presence. Lesser minds would have found themselves swayed almost without realizing it, drawn into agreement by the simple conviction radiating from him. But Gandalf was no lesser mind, and he had walked the paths of Middle-earth long enough to recognize when someone was trying to lead him down a particular road while concealing the destination. He remained seated, his posture relaxed, but his grip on his staff tightened ever so slightly, and his eyes never left Saruman's face. "And what path would you suggest?" he asked quietly. Saruman smiled, and it was the smile of a teacher pleased that his student had finally asked the right question. He moved to the table where the crystal sphere rested and placed his hand upon it, not quite touching its surface, but hovering just above it. The gesture seemed almost unconscious, as though drawn to the object by habit or compulsion. When he spoke again, his voice had taken on that persuasive quality once more, smooth and reasonable, presenting ideas as though they were simple, common sense that any intelligent being must acknowledge. "Knowledge," Saruman said, "power, understanding, these are the tools that will allow us to prevail against the darkness. Not the scattered and diminishing strength of kingdoms that cannot cooperate, not the heroic gestures of individuals who throw themselves against overwhelming odds. We must match the enemy's strength with strength of our own, meet his mastery of ancient arts with greater mastery, counter his deep knowledge of the world's working with knowledge deeper still." As he spoke, Saruman began to outline a vision of how Middle-earth might be preserved. He spoke of the need for centralizing power, for bringing order to chaos, for organizing the scattered peoples under wise guidance. He painted a picture of a world where the knowledge of the Astari was used not merely to advise, but to direct, where their power was employed not just to counter the enemy, but to actively shape events according to a grand design. It was a seductive vision in its way, promising security and stability, an end to the uncertainty and suffering that seemed the constant lot of the peoples of Middle-earth. But as Gandalf listened, he heard beneath the reasonable words something that troubled him deeply. Saruman spoke of controlling events, of bending the will of others to serve what he deemed the greater good, of treating the peoples of Middle-earth as pieces on a game board, to be moved according to strategy, rather than as free beings with their own choices to make. There was an arrogance in it, a presumption that wisdom justified dominion, that those who understood the nature of power had the right to wield it over those who did not. "And what of choice?" Gandalf asked, his voice mild but carrying an undercurrent of steel. What of the right of free peoples to determine their own paths, even if those paths lead them into danger? Are we to become shepherds, herding sheep, protecting them from wolves by penning them in ever tighter enclosures? Saruman's expression flickered with annoyance, the first crack in his carefully maintained demeanour. He had been expecting agreement, or at least acquiescence, and Gandalf's gentle challenge clearly frustrated him. Freedom, he said, and the word dripped with contempt. What good is freedom to those who are conquered or enslaved? What value has choice to those who are dead? You speak of rights and self-determination, but these are luxuries that can only be afforded when survival is not in question. He began to pace again, his movements sharp and agitated, so different from the measured steps he had taken earlier. I had hoped you would understand, Gandalf. I had thought that you, of all the Istari, would see the necessity of what must be done. You have walked among the peoples of Middle-earth longer than any of us. You have seen their suffering, witnessed their inability to act in their own best interests. Surely you must recognize that sometimes the wise must make decisions for those who lack the vision to see what is needed. Gandalf rose from his chair, and though he was shorter than Saruman and less imposing in appearance, there was a dignity in his bearing that spoke of depths of character that mere physical presence could not match. I have indeed walked among the peoples of Middle-earth, he said quietly. I have seen their suffering, yes, but I have also seen their courage, their resilience, their capacity for growth and change. I have learned that wisdom does not give us the right to compel others to our will, no matter how pure our intentions. The tension in the room had grown palpable now, two great powers facing each other across a philosophical divide that seemed to widen with each exchange. Saruman's frustration was evident in the set of his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes. He had prepared arguments and persuasions, had expected to sway Gandalf to his vision, and the other wizard's resistance clearly angered him. "You are a fool," Saruman said, and all pretense of cordiality had vanished from his voice. "You cling to outdated notions of free will and self-determination when the very survival of Middle-earth hangs in the balance. The enemy does not concern himself with such niceties. He acts with purpose and direction, bending all his considerable will toward domination. And you would have us meet such focused purpose with the scattered and disorganized resistance of peoples who cannot even agree among themselves?" There was something almost desperate in Saruman's appeal now, as though convincing Gandalf had become crucially important to him. He moved closer, his voice dropping to a more intimate register, trying a different approach. "Think, my old friend," he said, and the words held an echo of their long association, the centuries they had spent as colleagues and companions. "Think of what we could accomplish together. The Ring of Power, Sauron's great weapon, it is not lost as many believe. I have long studied the lore surrounding it, delved into histories that others have forgotten or dismissed. I believe I know where it may be found, and with it, we could command such strength as would make the enemy's power seem insignificant by comparison." And there it was, spoken at last, the true heart of Saruman's summons and the purpose behind all his careful arguments. Gandalf felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the temperature of the chamber. He looked at Saruman with new eyes, seeing now what he had perhaps been unwilling to see before, the extent to which his old colleague had been corrupted by the very study of power he claimed would save them all. "The ring," Gandalf said slowly, and his voice carried a weight of sorrow that seemed to age him visibly. "You would seek the One Ring, the very instrument of Sauron's dominion, and use it yourself. Saruman, surely you must know that such a course would lead only to disaster. The ring cannot be wielded by any being, no matter how wise or well-intentioned, without ultimately serving its true master's purposes." Saruman's face contorted with anger, and something that might have been fear, though whether fear of failure or fear of his own desires, Gandalf could not say. "You understand nothing," the White Wizard hissed. "I have studied the ring for decades, learned its secrets, discovered the means by which its power might be turned against its maker. Where you see only danger, I see opportunity. Where you counsel caution and hope in the courage of lesser beings, I offer a path to certain victory." The air in the chamber seemed to thicken with tension, crackling with the opposing wills of two beings of great power standing on opposite sides of a gulf that could not be bridged. Gandalf felt a deep sadness settle over him, for he recognised now that his old friend and colleague was already lost, already so far down the path of corruption that return seemed impossible. The Saruman he had known, the wise counsellor who had once spoken eloquently of patience and the importance of working with rather than against the natural order of things, that Saruman was gone, replaced by this figure who spoke of domination in the name of salvation. "You say you have studied the ring," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. "But I wonder if you have studied the histories of all those who thought they could master it before you. The great kings of Númenor, the mightiest of men, whose wisdom and power surpassed anything remaining in Middle-earth today. They too believed they could wield such power without being consumed by it. Yet their civilization lies beneath the waves, brought down by the very pride that made them think themselves above the corrupting influence of such artifacts." Saruman waved away this argument with an impatient gesture, his earlier attempts at persuasion giving way to naked contempt. "Those were lesser beings," he said dismissively. "Men, however mighty, lack the understanding that we of the Istari possess. We were sent from the uttermost west, clothed in the raiment of Middle-earth but bearing within us knowledge and power that transcends mortal comprehension. Surely you do not compare us to men, no matter how great their kingdoms once were?" And there was the heart of it, Gandalf realised, the fundamental error in Saruman's thinking that had led him step by step down this dark path. He had come to believe that his nature as one of the Maiar, his origins in the Undying Lands, made him somehow immune to the temptations that brought down lesser beings. He had convinced himself that wisdom justified the pursuit of power, that understanding the danger of corruption meant one could avoid it. But power, as Gandalf well knew, was most dangerous to those who believed themselves above its influence. "We were not sent to dominate," Gandalf said gently, as one might speak to someone in the grip of a fever dream. "We were sent to inspire, to counsel, to kindle the hearts of the free peoples, to resist darkness through their own strength and courage. We are not meant to be rulers, Saruman, but guides. The moment we forget that, the moment we begin to believe our wisdom gives us the right to compel others to our will, we become no better than the enemy we claim to oppose." The words seemed to strike something deep within Saruman, for his face went white with rage. His hand shot out toward the crystal sphere on the table, and for a moment Gandalf thought he meant to hurl it in anger. But instead, Saruman's fingers closed around it, lifting it with a reverence that spoke of long obsession. The sphere seemed to pulse with a dark light as he held it, shadows moving within its depths like smoke in water. "You speak of what we were meant to do," Saruman said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that somehow carried more menace than his earlier shouting. "But I have learned that our masters in the West did not tell us everything. They sent us here diminished, stripped of much of our power, constrained by forms of flesh that limit what we might accomplish. And for what purpose? To watch as lesser beings stumble and fall, as kingdoms crumble and darkness spreads, all while we stand by offering nothing more than advice and encouragement." He held up the crystal sphere, and Gandalf recognised it now for what it was, a palantir, one of the seeing stones crafted in ages past by the elves of old. There were few such stones remaining in Middle-earth, and they were perilous tools, for though they could show far sights across vast distances, they could also be corrupted by those with the will and power to dominate their visions. Looking upon Saruman's face as he gazed into the stone's depths, seeing the mingled fascination and triumph there, Gandalf understood that his colleague had been using this device to further his studies, and perhaps in doing so had opened himself to influences he did not fully comprehend. "This stone has shown me many things," Saruman continued, his eyes still fixed upon the swirling depths of the palantir. "I have looked across Middle-earth and beyond, have seen the gathering forces of the enemy, and measured their strength. But I have also seen the weakness of those who would oppose him, the petty squabbles and short-sighted concerns that blind them to the magnitude of the threat they face. And I have seen something else, something that gives me hope, even as it fills me with urgency." He turned to face Gandalf directly, and the grey wizard was struck by the change in his colleague's appearance. Saruman's face, always proud and commanding, now bore an expression of such intensity that it was almost painful to behold. His eyes burned with an inner fire that spoke of sleepless nights spent in study and contemplation, of a mind pushed beyond ordinary limits in pursuit of knowledge that perhaps was never meant to be fully grasped by any being dwelling in Middle-earth. "The ring is not in the enemy's possession," Saruman said, and his voice trembled with barely suppressed excitement. "Sauron has regained much of his strength, yes, but the very instrument through which he poured so much of his power remains lost to him. He searches for it desperately, sending his servants across all the lands, but he has not found it. And this means that we have time, a window of opportunity that will not remain open indefinitely. If we can find the ring first, if we can claim it before the enemy does, then we can turn his own weapon against him and end this threat once and for all." Gandalf shook his head slowly, and in that gesture was contained centuries of wisdom bought through experience and observation. "You do not understand what you propose," he said. "The ring is not merely a tool that can be picked up and used according to the wielder's will. It has a will of its own, or rather, it embodies the will of its maker, Sauron himself. To take it up, even with the noblest of intentions, would be to place yourself directly in his power. You would think yourself the master, but in truth, you would become his greatest servant. All your considerable abilities turned to his purposes, while you remained convinced you were acting according to your own design." "More riddles and warnings," Saruman sneered, setting down the palantir with a sharp click against the table's surface. "More of your endless caution and your faith in the unproven strength of simple folk. Tell me, Gandalf, when you wander the Shire, visiting with your precious hobbits, smoking their pipeweed and watching their fireworks displays, do you truly believe such creatures can stand against the might that gathers in the east? Do you think their courage and their simple virtues will be enough when Sauron's armies march forth in numbers that will darken the very sun?" There was a mocking quality to Saruman's words now, a derision that cut deeper than anger might have done. He had always been dismissive of Gandalf's fondness for the hobbits, had considered it a weakness, an indulgence in sentimentality that was beneath the dignity of one of the Istari. But now that dismissiveness had curdled into something uglier, a contempt not just for hobbits, but for all the free peoples, for anyone who did not possess the power and knowledge that Saruman deemed necessary for significance. "I believe," Gandalf replied quietly, "that courage can be found in the most unexpected places, and that the smallest person can change the course of the future. I have learned not to judge the worth of folk by their stature or their might, but by the choices they make when faced with darkness and fear. The hobbits you mock have virtues that many greater beings lack, a resilience and a purity of heart that makes them less susceptible to the very corruption you seem to think you can resist." Saruman laughed, a harsh sound without mirth. "Purity of heart," he repeated scornfully. "Another pretty notion, like your belief in courage and sacrifice. But I deal in realities, Gandalf, in the cold facts of power and how it must be wielded if we are to survive what is coming. The enemy does not care about purity of heart. He respects only strength, and that is what we must meet him with." The conversation, if it could still be called that, had devolved into a conflict of fundamental philosophies, two opposing views of how power should be understood and employed. Gandalf saw clearly now that there would be no persuading Saruman, no drawing him back from the precipice on which he stood. His colleague had gone too far down his chosen path, had become too invested in his vision of himself as the saviour of Middle-earth through domination and control. The very studies and meditations that should have made him wiser had instead fed his pride, leading him to believe that he alone possessed the knowledge and strength necessary to defeat the enemy. Gandalf moved toward the window, needing to look out upon something besides the face of his fallen friend. The view from this height was expansive, showing the Vale of Isengard spread below and the mountains rising in the distance beyond. From here, he could see more clearly the full extent of the works that Saruman had undertaken, the transformation of what had once been a place of beauty and learning into something else entirely. The ordered rows of buildings, the smoke rising from forges, the systematic clearing of trees and diversion of streams, all spoke of a mind that saw the natural world as something to be controlled and reshaped according to plan, rather than respected for what it was. It occurred to Gandalf that this was perhaps the clearest sign of Saruman's corruption, not in any single dramatic gesture or openly evil deed, but in this steady transformation of the world around him to match his vision of how things should be. The power Saruman wielded was being used to impose order, to eliminate the natural variability and unpredictability of life in favour of systems and structures that could be directed according to will. It was an approach that mirrored the enemy's own methods, though Saruman would surely deny any such similarity, convinced as he was that his purposes were righteous and his methods necessary. "You see it, do you not?" Saruman said from behind him, misinterpreting Gandalf's contemplation of the veil below. "The beginnings of what can be accomplished when power is directed with purpose and intelligence. I have created here a place of order and productivity, where every element serves a function, where nothing is wasted or left to the chaos of chance. This is but a taste of what all of Middle-earth could become under wise guidance." Gandalf turned from the window, and his expression was grave. "I see a place where trees that stood for centuries have been cut down to feed forges," he said quietly. "I see streams that once ran free, now channeled into courses that serve only utility. I see the mark of a will imposed upon the land, bending it to purposes that take no account of its own nature. You call this order, Saruman, but I wonder if it is not merely another form of domination, differing from the enemy's methods only in its justifications." The accusation hit its mark, for Saruman's face darkened with fury. "How dare you?" he said, his voice low and dangerous. "How dare you compare my work to the devastation wrought by Sauron? Everything I do here is in service of preserving Middle-earth, of creating the strength necessary to stand against the darkness. If trees must be sacrificed to forge the weapons that will defend the free peoples, then that is a price worth paying. If natural beauty must give way to practical necessity, then so be it. War is coming, Gandalf, whether you wish to acknowledge it or not, and in war, sentiment is a luxury we cannot afford." There was truth in what Saruman said, Gandalf had to admit, at least on the surface. War was indeed coming, and preparations were necessary. Yet there was something deeply troubling about the ease with which Saruman dismissed concerns about the methods employed in those preparations. The way he treated the living world as mere raw material to be consumed in service of his grand designs. It spoke of a fundamental disconnect, a failure to understand that the means by which goals are pursued shape the ends that are ultimately achieved. "Tell me," Gandalf said, his tone thoughtful rather than accusatory, "when you look at what you have built here, when you see the order you have imposed and the power you have gathered, do you still remember why you came to Middle-earth? Can you recall the charge we were given, the limitations placed upon us precisely because our masters in the West understood the dangers of wielding too much power, even in righteous causes?" Saruman's expression flickered, a moment of uncertainty crossing his face before being replaced once more by certainty and resolve. "Of course I remember," he said. "But I also remember that we were sent to oppose Sauron, to prevent his return to power. If the methods we were advised to use prove insufficient for that task, then is it not our duty to find methods that will succeed? Should we allow Middle-earth to fall into darkness simply because we fear to exercise the full extent of our capabilities?" It was a seductive argument, appealing to duty and necessity, framing any hesitation as cowardice or dereliction of responsibility. Gandalf recognized it as the same rationalization that had led countless beings down dark paths throughout the long ages of the world. The belief that righteous ends justified questionable means, that wisdom exempted one from the moral constraints that bound lesser beings, that the magnitude of the threat being faced warranted the assumption of powers that should not be assumed. Each step down that path seemed reasonable in itself, yet each step led further from the light and deeper into shadow. "Our duty," Gandalf replied carefully, "is not simply to oppose Sauron by any means necessary. It is to inspire and support the free peoples in their own resistance to his dominion. We were deliberately limited in what power we could wield, precisely because our task is not to defeat the enemy ourselves, but to help others find the strength to do so. The moment we forget that limitation, the moment we begin to think ourselves the saviors who must take control because others are insufficient, we cease to serve our true purpose. He paused, searching for words that might still reach the colleague he had once known, the scholar and counsellor who had seemed so wise before pride and fear had twisted his path. "Saruman, my old friend," he said gently, "can you not see what is happening to you? You began with good intentions, with a genuine desire to protect Middle-earth from the growing darkness. But step by step, you have been led astray by the very studies that you thought would give you the means to fulfill that desire. You speak of using the enemy's weapons against him, but do you not see that such weapons corrupt their wielder? The One Ring cannot be mastered by anyone, no matter how powerful or wise. It will always serve its maker's purposes in the end." Saruman stood silent for a long moment, and Gandalf dared to hope that perhaps his words had penetrated the armour of certainty his colleague had built around himself. But when Saruman finally spoke, his voice was cold and final, like the closing of a great iron door. "You are the one who has been led astray, Gandalf," he said. "Led astray by your fondness for the simple and the weak, by your romantic notions of courage and nobility overcoming superior force. I had hoped to bring you to understanding, to show you the path forward that I have discovered through years of diligent study. But I see now that you are too set in your ways, too comfortable in your role as the wandering counsellor who offers wisdom but shrinks from wielding real power." There was a finality to these words that told Gandalf their conversation had reached its end. Saruman had made his position clear, had revealed the extent to which he had fallen under the influence of his own pride and the corrupting power of the devices he had been using in his studies. The Palantir sitting on the table had undoubtedly shown him visions, but Gandalf wondered now what else it might have shown him. What whispers might have been planted in his mind by the very enemy he thought to oppose? "I grieve for you, Saruman," Gandalf said quietly. "I grieve for the wise counsellor you once were, and for the path you have chosen to walk. But I will not join you in it, will not support your plans to seize the One Ring, or to impose your will upon the peoples of Middle-earth, no matter how noble your stated intentions." "Then you are a fool," Saruman replied, his voice flat and emotionless now, "and your foolishness will lead to the destruction of everything you claim to love. When the darkness comes, when Sauron's armies march forth and the kingdoms of the West fall one by one, remember that you had the chance to prevent it and chose instead to cling to your precious principles." Gandalf recognised that there was no more to be said, that the breach between them was complete and unbridgeable. He moved toward the door, his staff tapping against the stone floor with each step, the sound echoing in the suddenly silent chamber. But as he reached the threshold, Saruman's voice stopped him one last time. "You will not leave here," Saruman said, and now all pretense of collegiality had vanished from his voice. His words carried the weight of command, the expectation of obedience that came from one who had grown accustomed to having his will enacted without question. "I cannot allow you to depart and spread your poisonous counsel among those who might otherwise see reason. You will remain as my guest until you come to understand the necessity of what must be done." Gandalf turned slowly, and though his expression remained calm, there was steel in his eyes that had not been there before. "Your guest?" he said quietly. "Or your prisoner?" "There is a difference, Saruman, though I suspect you have forgotten the distinction. One chooses to be a guest. A prisoner has no choice at all." The White Wizard's face hardened, and he raised his hand in a gesture that sent waves of power rippling through the chamber. Books rattled on their shelves, and the very stones of Orthanc seemed to vibrate with the force of his will. "Call it what you wish," he said coldly. "The result is the same. You will not leave this tower until I permit it, and I will not permit it until you have had time to reconsider your stubborn adherence to outdated principles." In that moment, Gandalf understood that Saruman's fall was even more complete than he had feared. His old friend had crossed a line that should never be crossed, had moved from persuasion to compulsion, from attempting to convince to actively constraining. This was the ultimate expression of the philosophy Saruman had been espousing. the belief that those with power and wisdom had not just the right, but the duty to impose their will upon others for the greater good. And having convinced himself that he acted righteously, Saruman no longer saw any conflict between his stated goals of protecting freedom and his willingness to take away the freedom of one who disagreed with him. Gandalf stood his ground, his grip tightening on his staff until his knuckles showed white. The air between the two wizards crackled with tension as power met power, two wills clashing in a struggle that was as much spiritual as physical. For a long moment neither moved, each taking the measure of the other, assessing strength and resolve. Then Gandalf spoke, and his voice, though still quiet, carried such authority that even Saruman seemed momentarily taken aback. "I am not some hapless wanderer you can cage at your convenience, Saruman," Gandalf said. "I am Gandalf Stormcrow, servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor. Whatever power you have gathered here in your tower, whatever dark knowledge you have gleaned from your studies, do not think it makes you my master. You may have forgotten who we are and why we came to Middle-earth, but I have not." For the first time since their confrontation began, uncertainty flickered across Saruman's face. He had grown accustomed to having his way, to bending others to his will through force of personality, or, when necessary, through more direct applications of power. But Gandalf was not like the men of Rohan, or the servants Saruman had gathered to work his forges. He was a being of equal origin and comparable strength, and more importantly, he had not allowed his power to be corrupted by pride, or the seductive whisper of artifacts like the Palantir. "Do not test me, Gandalf," Saruman warned, but there was a note of something like desperation in his voice now. "I do not wish to harm you, but I will do what I must to prevent you from interfering with plans that are already in motion. Too much is at stake for me to let sentiment or old friendships stay my hand." Gandalf's expression softened slightly, and for a moment the sorrow he felt was plain to see. "That is perhaps the saddest thing you have said," he replied. "That you view friendship as mere sentiment, something to be set aside when convenient. Once you understood that the bonds between people, the loyalty and trust that grows from shared experience and mutual respect, these are not weaknesses to be overcome, but strengths to be cherished. But you have been alone too long in this tower, Saruman, surrounded by servants who fear you rather than companions who know you. In your isolation and your studies, you have lost sight of what truly matters." "Enough philosophy," Saruman snapped, his patience clearly at an end. "You will not sway me with your simple homilies about friendship and trust. Those are luxuries for times of peace, and we no longer live in such times. Now, will you remain here willingly, taking time to contemplate the truth of what I have shown you? Or must I take more direct measures to ensure your cooperation?" Gandalf's answer was not in words, but in action. He struck his staff against the floor of the chamber with tremendous force, and white light blazed forth from it like a star falling to earth. The power he had held in check throughout their conversation now manifested fully, pushing back against Saruman's will with strength that shook the very foundations of Orthanc. For a moment, the tower itself seemed to groan under the strain of containing such forces, and cracks appeared in the walls, fine as spiderwebs, but speaking of stresses that even ancient Númenórean craft could barely withstand. Saruman responded in kind, calling upon powers he had gathered through his long studies. Dark words fell from his lips, words in tongues that should not be spoken in Middle-earth, and shadows gathered around him like living things. The Palantir on the table pulsed with malevolent energy, feeding strength to him even as it fed corruption to his spirit. The two wizards stood locked in a contest of wills, neither giving ground, and the air between them seemed to warp and shimmer with the forces they commanded. But even as they struggled, Gandalf understood something that Saruman did not. Power drawn from pride and fear, power gathered through domination and control. Such power was like a rope made of sand. It might appear strong, might even function adequately for a time, but it lacked the fundamental cohesion that came from being rooted in something true and lasting. Saruman had isolated himself from others, had cut himself off from the connections and relationships that might have kept him grounded, and in doing so had made himself paradoxically weaker even as he accumulated what seemed like greater strength. Gandalf, by contrast, drew his power not from isolation, but from connection. Every hobbit he had shared a pipe with, every tale told by a fireside, every small act of kindness witnessed or encouraged. These were not distractions from his purpose, but the very foundation of it. His strength came from understanding what he fought for, from seeing in the simple folk of Middle-earth the courage and resilience that made them worth defending. He fought not to control, but to protect, not to dominate, but to inspire. And that fundamental difference made all the difference in how power flowed through him. The contest might have gone on indefinitely. Two great forces balanced against each other, but Gandalf knew that such a struggle served no purpose. He was not here to defeat Saruman in combat, but to understand the extent of his colleague's fall and to prevent his own capture. With a sudden shift in tactics, he redirected the power he had been using to resist Saruman's binding spell, channeling it instead into a burst of brilliant light that filled the chamber like the breaking of dawn. Saruman cried out, momentarily blinded, his concentration broken. In that instant, Gandalf moved. He was across the chamber and through the door before Saruman could gather his wits, his staff blazing with light that drove back the shadows and illuminated his path. Behind him, he heard Saruman's roar of rage and frustration, heard the heavy tread of feet as guards rushed to answer their master's summons. But Gandalf was already descending the stairs of Orthanc, taking them 3 at a time with a speed that belied his apparent age. Down he went, level by level, past the workshops and storerooms, past the chambers filled with maps and documents, past all the evidence of Saruman's grand designs. Guards appeared in his path, men of Rohan wearing the colours of their people, but with eyes that spoke of fear and unwilling service. Gandalf did not strike at them, for they were not his enemies, but victims of Saruman's manipulation. Instead, he spoke words of power that sent them sprawling aside, dazed but unharmed, clearing his path without adding unnecessary violence to the day's dark work. At last, Gandalf reached the base of the tower and burst out into the open air of Isengard. The sky above was darkening, though whether from the approach of evening or from clouds summoned by Saruman's rage, he could not tell. Behind him, he could hear the commotion of pursuit, voices shouting orders and the sound of running feet. Saruman himself appeared at a high window of Orthanc, his white robes stark against the black stone, his voice ringing out across the vale with words of command and binding. But Gandalf did not pause to answer those commands, or to engage in further debate. He had learned what he came to learn, though the knowledge brought him no joy. His old friend was lost, consumed by the very quest for power he had undertaken in the name of opposing evil. There would be time later to consider the implications, to determine what must be done about Saruman's treachery and the danger he now posed. For now, escape was paramount. Shadowfax waited where Gandalf had left him, the great horse having sensed the trouble brewing and made ready to depart at need. The moment Gandalf's feet touched the ground, the horse was moving, carrying his rider toward the gates of Isengard with a speed that made the wind sing in their ears. Behind them came the sounds of pursuit, but none could match Shadowfax's pace. None could hope to overtake the greatest of horses, bearing the wizard who had earned his loyalty through kindness rather than compulsion. They swept through the gates and out onto the open plain beyond, and only when Isengard lay far behind them did Gandalf allow Shadowfax to slow his pace. The horse dropped to a walk, breathing hard from his exertion, and Gandalf dismounted to let him rest. Around them stretched empty grasslands, rolling hills that seemed to go on forever, under a sky now clearing as distance removed them from Saruman's influence. Gandalf stood in silence, his hand resting on Shadowfax's neck, and allowed himself to fully feel the weight of what had transpired. He had gone to Orthanc expecting difficult conversations, perhaps disagreements about strategy or approach, but hoping still for the counsel of one he had considered wise. Instead, he had found corruption so deep and thorough that redemption seemed impossible. Saruman had not simply made errors of judgment or allowed pride to cloud his thinking. He had fundamentally transformed himself, had remade his own nature in pursuit of a vision that promised salvation but delivered only domination. The lessons from this encounter were bitter but necessary. Gandalf had learned, or perhaps relearned, truths that he had always known, but which took on new significance in light of Saruman's fall. The first, and most important, was that power corrupts not through sudden dramatic seduction, but through gradual compromise, each small step seeming reasonable in itself, yet leading inexorably toward darkness. Saruman had not woken one morning and decided to become a servant of evil. Rather, he had made a long series of choices, each one justified by apparently sound reasoning, each one taking him a little further from his original purpose. The second lesson was about the danger of isolation. Saruman had withdrawn into his tower, surrounding himself with servants and studies, cutting himself off from the give and take of genuine relationship. In doing so, he had lost the corrective influence that comes from engaging with others as equals, from having one's ideas challenged and one's assumptions questioned. He had become trapped in an echo chamber of his own making, where every thought reinforced his existing beliefs and pushed him further down the path he had chosen. The third lesson concerned the nature of wisdom itself. Saruman had believed that his superior knowledge and understanding gave him the right to make decisions for others, to override their choices in service of what he deemed the greater good. But true wisdom, Gandalf understood, recognized the limits of its own authority. No matter how much one knew, no matter how clearly one might see the dangers ahead, that did not justify taking away the freedom of others to make their own choices and face their own consequences. To do so was not to protect, but to diminish, not to save, but to enslave. As Gandalf pondered these lessons, standing in the twilight with Shadowfax beside him, he became aware of a deeper truth underlying all the others. The corruption of power was not simply about accumulating too much of it or using it wrongly. It was about forgetting why power existed at all, about losing sight of the fact that power was meant to serve something beyond itself. Saruman had become obsessed with power as an end rather than a means, had convinced himself that accumulating strength was itself a worthy goal because of the purposes to which he intended to put it. But in doing so, he had inverted the proper relationship between means and ends, had made the tool more important than the work it was meant to accomplish. Gandalf thought of the hobbits in the Shire, those simple folk whom Saruman dismissed as insignificant. They possessed virtually no power in the conventional sense, commanded no armies, studied no ancient law, wielded no magic. Yet in their quiet way, they understood something that Saruman had forgotten. They knew that life was to be lived, that relationships were to be cherished, that small joys and simple pleasures had value in themselves, regardless of whether they served some grand strategic purpose. They farmed their fields and tended their gardens, not as preparation for some future conflict, but because growing things was good work that brought satisfaction. They gathered with friends and family, not to plot and scheme, but because the company of others made life worth living. This was the wisdom that could not be found in books or gained through study, the understanding that came only from living among people and sharing in their struggles and triumphs. Saruman had lost it, somewhere in his quest for knowledge and power, had dismissed it as sentimentality unworthy of serious consideration. But Gandalf knew it was the most important wisdom of all, the foundation upon which everything else must be built. Without it, all the knowledge in the world became a dangerous thing, a weapon turned against itself. As night fell fully and stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Gandalf remounted Shadowfax and continued his journey away from Isengard. He had much to consider and many decisions to make about how to respond to Saruman's treachery. The White Wizard's fall had implications that reached far beyond their personal friendship or the immediate threat he might pose. It represented a warning about the corrupting influence of the very power they had been sent to oppose, a reminder that the greatest dangers sometimes came from within rather than from external enemies. Gandalf knew he would need to warn others about what had transpired, to ensure that Saruman could not spread his poisonous counsel among those who might be swayed by his authority and persuasive words. The Council of the Wise would need to be informed, though it would pain him greatly to reveal the extent of Saruman's corruption to those who had trusted him as their chief. Plans would need to be made, precautions taken, for Saruman was a formidable foe even when his intentions were known. But beyond these practical concerns, Gandalf felt the weight of responsibility settle more heavily upon his shoulders. With Saruman fallen, with the chief of the Istari having betrayed his purpose and abandoned his duty, the burden of opposing the growing darkness fell more heavily on those who remained true. Gandalf would need to be more vigilant than ever, would need to work harder to inspire and encourage the free peoples, would need to resist the temptation to take shortcuts or compromise principles in the face of mounting pressure. The irony was not lost on him that Saruman's fall made it even more important to hold fast to the very principles Saruman had urged him to abandon. If Gandalf were to follow Saruman's path, to embrace the idea that sufficient power justified its use regardless of means, then the darkness would have won a victory far more complete than any military conquest could achieve. The free peoples would be enslaved not by an external conqueror, but by their supposed protector, and the difference would be philosophical rather than practical. As he rode through the night, Gandalf found his thoughts turning to the future and the challenges that lay ahead. Somewhere in Middle-earth, the One Ring still existed, waiting to be found by either friend or foe. Sauron's power continued to grow, his servants spreading across the lands, preparing for the day when he would move openly against the kingdoms of the West. The free peoples remained divided and uncertain, unsure of the magnitude of the threat they faced or the urgency with which they must respond. Into this uncertain landscape, Gandalf would have to venture alone, or at least without the support of the one he had counted on as chief ally among the wizards. He would need to find other allies, to build new alliances, to inspire courage in hearts that might be faltering under the weight of fear and uncertainty. It was a daunting prospect, but Gandalf did not despair. He had lived through dark times before, had seen hope arise in unexpected places, had witnessed the triumph of courage over superior force more times than he could count. The following days found Gandalf travelling eastward through Rohan, his path taking him through lands that bore the marks of growing unrest. He stopped at farmsteads and villages, speaking with the folk who lived there, listening to their concerns and offering what counsel he could. What he heard troubled him deeply, for the signs of Saruman's influence were everywhere. Men spoke of strangers who had passed through, offering gold for service, of young men who had left their homes, lured by promises of employment at Isengard, of traders who carried goods to the Ring of Saruman, but would speak little of what they saw there. More troubling still were the whispers of division being sown among the people of Rohan. Old feuds were being stirred up, suspicions planted, doubts raised about the wisdom and strength of their king. It was subtle work, too careful to be attributed to any single source, but Gandalf recognized the pattern. Saruman was working to weaken Rohan from within, undermining the unity and confidence that had made it a strong kingdom. If he could not bring them under his direct control, he would at least ensure they were too divided and distracted to oppose his designs. At a small village near the Entwash, Gandalf encountered an old farmer who had been among those who visited Isengard seeking work. The man had returned after only a few days, disturbed by what he had seen there, though he struggled to put his unease into words. It felt wrong, he said, sitting by his hearth with Gandalf as evening shadows lengthened. All that order, all that purpose, but no joy in it. The men working there, they moved like they were afraid to stop, afraid to think. And the wizard, when I saw him from afar, he had the look of a man who had forgotten how to sleep peaceful. Gandalf listened carefully, drawing out details the farmer might not have realised were significant. He learned of the caverns being dug beneath Isengard, of the strange fires that burned there, of the sounds that echoed through the vale at night. Most telling of all was the farmer's description of how Saruman had appeared when addressing his workers, standing above them on a balcony of Orthanc, his voice carrying across the entire vale with unnatural clarity. He spoke beautiful words, the farmer said, words that made you want to believe him, want to do whatever he asked. But afterward, when you thought about it, quiet-like, you couldn't quite remember what he'd actually promised, only that you'd felt certain he was right. This was Saruman's great power, Gandalf reflected as he continued his journey. His voice, that persuasive quality that could make even questionable arguments seem reasonable, could bend the will of those who lacked the knowledge or strength to resist.
It was a subtle form of domination, more insidious than overt compulsion, because those affected often believed they were acting according to their own free choice. They would defend decisions they had been manipulated into making, would repeat arguments that had been planted in their minds as though these were their own conclusions. Understanding this helped Gandalf see more clearly one of the key differences between himself and Saruman. Both possessed the power to influence others through their words and presence, but they used that power in fundamentally different ways. Saruman sought to control, to shape the thoughts and actions of others according to his design, even while making them feel they remained free. Gandalf sought to inspire, to awaken the courage and wisdom that already existed within people, to help them find their own path, rather than walking one he had chosen for them. This distinction seems subtle, but was actually profound. When Gandalf spoke to a frightened farmer or a doubtful warrior, he did not tell them what to think or how to feel. Instead, he asked questions that helped them examine their own hearts, offered perspectives that allowed them to see their situation more clearly, shared stories that illuminated principles without dictating specific actions. He trusted people to make their own choices once they understood the stakes, believed in their capacity to find courage when it was needed most. Saruman, by contrast, had lost that trust and that belief. He saw people as pieces to be moved, as resources to be directed, as tools that required a guiding hand to be used effectively. This fundamental lack of faith in the capacity of ordinary folk to rise to challenges was perhaps the clearest sign of his corruption, more revealing than any specific evil act. He had come to see himself as the only one capable of making the right choices, had convinced himself that his wisdom justified overriding the will of others for their own good. As Gandalf reflected on these matters, he began to understand something else that Saruman had lost sight of in his quest for power and control. The strength of the free peoples lay not in their unity under a single commander, or their coordination according to a master plan, but in their very diversity and independence. Each village, each kingdom, each individual brought different strengths and perspectives to the struggle against darkness. When they chose to stand together, when they allied freely rather than being compelled to serve, their combined strength was greater than the sum of its parts, because it was rooted in genuine commitment rather than fear or manipulation. This was why Gandalf had always spent so much time among the various peoples of Middle-earth, learning their ways, respecting their traditions, building relationships based on trust rather than authority. The hobbits of the Shire, the men of Rohan and Gondor, the dwarves in their mountain halls, the elves in their ancient refuges, each had something valuable to contribute if they could be inspired to do so freely. But the moment anyone tried to force them into a predetermined pattern, to make them all march to the same drum, that strength would be lost. Saruman had forgotten this in his isolation. From the heights of Orthanc, looking down upon the lands below, he saw only chaos that needed ordering, inefficiency that needed correcting, potential that needed directing. He no longer walked among the people as Gandalf did, no longer listened to their stories or learned from their wisdom. He had cut himself off from the very wellspring of strength he claimed to be trying to preserve, and in doing so, had made himself blind to the very qualities that made the free peoples worth defending. These reflections led Gandalf to another important realization about the nature of leadership and the proper exercise of authority. True leaders did not seek to control those they led, but to serve them, to help them become the best versions of themselves, rather than trying to make them into something else. They recognized that their role was temporary and contingent, that leadership was granted by those led and could be withdrawn if it was exercised poorly or for selfish purposes. Saruman had inverted this understanding. He saw himself as naturally superior, believed his wisdom and power gave him an inherent right to command, felt no need to justify his authority to those he expected to obey. This was the mindset of a tyrant, not a leader, and it explained why his influence had to be maintained through manipulation and fear, rather than freely given loyalty. People served him because they had been convinced they had no choice, not because they genuinely believed in his purposes or trusted his judgment. The more Gandalf thought about it,
the more he understood that Saruman's fall represented a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of good and evil, light and darkness. Saruman believed that evil was primarily a matter of power, used for wrong purposes, that if sufficient power could be gathered and used for right purposes, then evil could be defeated and good would triumph. But Gandalf knew this was false. Evil was not simply power misused, but a corruption of the will, a turning away from truth and toward illusion, a choice to serve oneself rather than something greater. The One Ring that Saruman so desperately wanted to find and use was the perfect embodiment of this corruption. It promised power to achieve worthy goals, but delivered only the twisting of those goals to serve the will of its maker. Anyone who took it up, no matter how noble their initial intentions, would find themselves gradually transformed, their purposes bent and reshaped until they served Sauron's ends while believing they pursued their own. Saruman thought himself wise enough to resist this corruption, but his very belief that he could do so was itself evidence of the pride that made him vulnerable to it. This understanding helped Gandalf see why it was so important to resist the temptation to accumulate power, even in righteous causes. Power had a weight to it, a gravitational pull that affected the one who wielded it. The more power one possessed, the more one's perspective became shaped by that possession, until eventually the maintenance and exercise of power became goals in themselves rather than means to other ends. One could begin with the purest of motives, genuinely seeking only to protect and serve, yet find oneself years later having become the very thing one originally opposed. This was the trap into which Saruman had fallen, and it was a trap that Gandalf himself must be vigilant to avoid. The difference between them was not that Gandalf was inherently more virtuous or resistant to corruption, but that he had maintained connections and relationships that kept him grounded in reality. His frequent visits to the Shire, his friendships with people of all races and stations, his willingness to sit and smoke with farmers and listen to their concerns. These were not distractions from his work, but essential elements of it. They reminded him constantly of why he served, of what was worth protecting, of the simple joys and profound truths that could be found in ordinary life. Saruman had lost these connections, had come to view them as beneath his dignity or unworthy of his time. In doing so, he had lost the very thing that might have saved him from corruption. When one spent all one's time in towers, studying ancient texts and gazing into Palantiri, when one's primary relationships were with servants who feared to contradict, and subordinates who existed only to carry out commands, it became very easy to lose perspective, to forget that power existed to serve life, rather than the other way around. As Gandalf rode through the countryside of Rohan, he made a conscious effort to visit with as many people as possible, to listen to their stories and learn from their experiences. A widow told him of how she had managed to keep her farm running after her husband's death, her voice filled with quiet pride at what she had accomplished through determination and hard work. A young man spoke of his hopes to marry and start a family, his face lighting up with joy when he described the woman he loved. An old soldier reminisced about battles fought long ago, but spoke more fondly of the comrades who had stood beside him than of any victory won. These conversations, seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of opposing the growing darkness, were actually the most important work Gandalf could be doing. Each person he met, each story he heard, reinforced his understanding of what was at stake in the struggle ahead. It was not kingdoms or power, or even survival in some abstract sense, but the preservation of the capacity for ordinary people to live their lives, to pursue their hopes and dreams, to experience joy and love and all the small pleasures that made existence worthwhile. This was what Saruman had forgotten in his obsession with grand strategies and the accumulation of power. He thought he was working to save Middle-earth, but he had lost sight of what Middle-earth actually was, what made it worth saving. It was not the kingdoms or the treasures or even the land itself, valuable as those things might be. It was the people who lived there, the uncounted individuals with their own hopes and fears, their own stories to tell, their own contributions to make to the great tapestry of existence. Gandalf understood that every life had value, every person mattered, not because of what they might accomplish or contribute to some grand design, but simply because they were. This was a truth that could not be learned from books or discovered through study. It could only be known through relationship, through taking the time to see people as they truly were, rather than as pieces in a game or resources to be utilised. And it was a truth that made all the difference in how one approached the exercise of power and the making of decisions that affected others. When Gandalf considered what course of action to recommend, what counsel to offer, he did so always with an awareness of how his words would affect real people, individuals with names and faces and stories. He could not view them abstractly, could not reduce them to statistics or strategic considerations, because he knew them. He had shared their bread, warmed himself at their fires, listened to their laughter, and wiped away their tears. They were not abstractions to him, but friends, and that made all the difference in his judgment. Saruman, by contrast, had retreated so far into abstraction that he had lost the ability to see people as anything but means to ends. When he spoke of saving Middle-earth, he meant preserving it in some theoretical sense, maintaining the existence of civilizations and kingdoms without concern for the individuals who composed them. He would sacrifice entire villages if he thought it served his strategic purposes, would manipulate and control people without regard for their own desires or well-being, all while convincing himself that he acted for the greater good. This was the great deception at the heart of Saruman's philosophy, the lie he told himself that allowed him to commit acts he would once have found abhorrent while maintaining his self-image as a righteous defender of Middle-earth. He had convinced himself that the ends justified the means, that sufficient importance of purpose excused any method employed in its pursuit. But Gandalf knew that means and ends could not be separated so easily, that the methods one employed shaped the results one achieved, that you could not build a future of freedom through present acts of domination. The path forward, Gandalf understood, must be different from the one Saruman had chosen. It would be harder, slower, more uncertain in its outcomes. Instead of seeking to control events through the accumulation and exercise of power, Gandalf would need to work patiently to inspire and encourage, to help people find their own courage and strength, to trust in their capacity to rise to challenges even when the outcome seemed doubtful. This approach offered no guarantees, made no promises of certain victory, but it honoured the freedom and dignity of those it sought to help. More than that, it was the only approach consistent with the values Gandalf claimed to uphold. If he truly believed in freedom, in the right of people to choose their own paths, then he could not in good conscience try to manipulate or control them, even for their own protection. He had to trust them, had to believe that, given true understanding of the situation they faced, they would make the right choices more often than not. And when they made wrong choices, as they inevitably would, he had to accept those consequences as the price of freedom, rather than trying to prevent error through the elimination of choice. This was difficult, perhaps the most difficult part of Gandalf's task. It would have been so much easier to take control, to use his power and knowledge to direct events according to his own judgment. He could see dangers others missed, understood implications they did not grasp, possessed wisdom earned through centuries of experience. Surely it made sense to use that advantage, to guide events toward better outcomes than ignorance and short-sightedness might otherwise achieve. But this was the very argument Saruman had used to justify his turn toward domination, and Gandalf recognized it as a temptation to be resisted. Yes, he possessed greater knowledge and understanding than most, but that did not give him the right to override the choices of others. His role was to share that knowledge, to help others understand what they faced, to illuminate options they might not have considered. But the choices themselves must remain with those who would live with their consequences. This principle guided Gandalf's interactions with everyone he met. When a village elder asked his advice about whether to send men to aid Gondor or keep them home to defend against raids, Gandalf did not tell him what to do. Instead, he asked questions that helped the elder think through the implications of each choice, offered information about the larger situation that might inform the decision, but left the actual choice to the man whose people would bear its consequences. When a young warrior sought his blessing before departing to seek glory in battle, Gandalf neither forbade nor encouraged. but instead told stories that illustrated both the nobility and the cost of such choices. Some found this approach frustrating, wanted clear answers and definite guidance. They could not understand why a wizard who possessed such wisdom would not simply tell them what to do, would not solve their problems through the exercise of his power. But Gandalf understood that real solutions, lasting solutions, had to come from within people themselves. He could inspire and encourage, could provide knowledge and perspective, but he could not and would not try to live their lives for them. This understanding also informed how Gandalf thought about the great conflict ahead, the war against Sauron that seemed increasingly inevitable. He knew that many would urge him to take a more active role, to use his power more directly in opposition to the enemy. Some would point to Saruman's fall as evidence that more forceful leadership was needed, that someone must take control and organize resistance if there was to be any hope of success. But Gandalf rejected this reasoning, understanding that it led down the same dark path Saruman had walked. The war against Sauron was not primarily a military conflict, though battles would certainly be fought. It was a spiritual struggle, a contest between freedom and domination, between the preservation of diversity and the imposition of uniformity, between trust in the inherent worth and capacity of individuals and the belief that only superior power and wisdom could save the world from itself. If the forces opposing Sauron adopted his methods, used his tactics, embraced his philosophy of control and domination, then even military victory would represent a kind of defeat. Therefore, Gandalf resolved to continue on the path he had always walked, even knowing it would be harder and more uncertain than the alternative Saruman offered. He would trust in the courage of ordinary folk, would believe in their capacity to rise to challenges, would work to inspire rather than control. He would accept that this meant accepting risk and uncertainty, acknowledging that good people making free choices might sometimes choose poorly, that the path of freedom was messy and unpredictable in ways that control and domination were not. As the weeks passed and Gandalf continued his wanderings through Middle-earth, he found himself returning again and again to thoughts of his encounter with Saruman. The pain of that confrontation did not diminish with time, for losing a friend and colleague to corruption was a wound that cut deep. But gradually, Gandalf came to see the experience not just as a loss, but as a teaching, a lesson about the nature of power and wisdom that he needed to learn and remember. The central truth he drew from Saruman's fall was that wisdom without humility was not wisdom at all, but a dangerous delusion. Saruman had possessed great knowledge, had studied deeply, and understood much about the workings of the world. But he had lacked the humility to recognize the limits of his understanding, to acknowledge that knowledge was not the same as wisdom, that understanding how something worked did not necessarily mean one should try to control it. True wisdom, Gandalf came to understand more deeply than ever before, required recognizing what one did not know, accepting the limits of one's power and perception, maintaining awareness that, no matter how much one learned, there was always more to understand. It meant approaching each situation with openness rather than certainty, being willing to have one's assumptions challenged, remaining always a student even as one served as teacher to others. This humility was not weakness, as Saruman might have characterized it, but the foundation of real strength. It allowed one to learn from others, regardless of their station or apparent significance, to recognize wisdom in unexpected places, to remain flexible and adaptable rather than rigid in one's thinking. The farmer who understood his fields, the mother who knew her children, the craftsman who had perfected his art through years of practice, each possessed wisdom that no amount of book learning could replicate. Gandalf had always known this in an abstract sense, but his encounter with Saruman had driven the lesson home with new force. Another profound truth that emerged from reflection on Saruman's fall concerned the relationship between fear and power. Saruman had been driven, Gandalf now understood, not primarily by ambition or desire for dominion, but by fear. Fear that the darkness would triumph. Fear that the free peoples were not strong enough to stand against it. Fear that he himself might prove inadequate to the task he had been given. This fear had driven him to seek ever greater power, convinced that if he could just accumulate enough strength, gather enough knowledge, control enough variables, then he could ensure the outcome he desired. But fear could never be satisfied by power, Gandalf realized. The more power one accumulated in response to fear, the more one became aware of threats that power could not address, dangers that lurked beyond one's control. Power pursued in response to fear created an endless cycle, each acquisition of strength revealing new vulnerabilities, each attempt to secure safety exposing new risks. One could never be safe enough, never powerful enough, never in sufficient control to eliminate all uncertainty and danger. The alternative to this fear-driven pursuit of power was not resignation or passivity, but trust. Trust in the resilience and resourcefulness of the free peoples, trust in the ultimate triumph of good over evil, not through superior force, but through moral clarity. Trust in the great music that underlay all creation and guided events toward right outcomes, even when the path seemed dark and uncertain. This trust did not eliminate danger or guarantee easy victory, but it allowed one to act without being consumed by fear, to take risks without being paralyzed by the possibility of failure. Gandalf thought often of the hobbits in this context, those simple folk who lived lives of apparent insignificance in their quiet corner of Middle-earth. They possessed so little power by any conventional measure, controlled so little of their fate, lived always at the mercy of larger forces they barely understood. Yet they were not consumed by fear, did not spend their days worrying about distant threats or accumulating power to defend against hypothetical dangers. They trusted in the goodness of their neighbours, in the cycles of nature, in the simple truth that life was to be lived and enjoyed rather than merely endured or controlled. This was not naivety, as Saruman would have claimed, but a different kind of wisdom. The hobbits understood instinctively what Saruman had forgotten through all his study, that the point of existence was not to accumulate power or achieve security, but to experience the fullness of life, to form relationships, to create beauty, to find joy in simple things. They knew that trying to control everything was not just impossible, but undesirable, that some of life's greatest gifts came from unexpected places, that the attempt to eliminate all risk and uncertainty would eliminate much that made life worth living. As summer gave way to autumn and the leaves began to turn gold and red across the lands of Middle-earth, Gandalf found his way back toward the Shire. He had travelled far in the months since leaving Orthanc, had spoken with many people, and pondered deeply the lessons of his encounter with Saruman. Now he felt drawn back to that place of peace and innocence, that corner of the world where hobbits still lived according to rhythms unchanged for generations, where the greatest excitement might be a particularly fine crop of vegetables or an especially memorable party. Crossing the borders of the Shire, Gandalf felt some of the weight he had been carrying lift from his shoulders. Here was a place where power in the conventional sense meant little, where what mattered was character and community, kindness and good humour. The hobbits who saw him as he walked the familiar roads greeted him with genuine pleasure, invited him to share their meals, asked nothing of him except his company and his stories. They did not see him primarily as a wizard or a bearer of great knowledge, but as a friend, and in that simple recognition lay a profound wisdom. Gandalf accepted their hospitality gratefully, sitting by their fires and filling the evening air with smoke rings, telling tales of distant lands and times long past. He listened to their gossip and their concerns, their small triumphs and petty annoyances, and found in these seemingly trivial matters a grounding that all his learning and power could not provide. These were real people, living real lives, and their reality had a solidity that abstract philosophy and grand strategy lacked. One evening, sitting beneath the party tree with several young hobbits listening raptly to his stories, Gandalf found himself speaking of Saruman, though not by name. He told of a wise person who had become so focused on studying evil that he had lost sight of the good he meant to preserve, who had become so convinced of his own wisdom that he could no longer learn from others, who had accumulated so much power that he had forgotten what power was meant to serve. The young hobbits listened with wide eyes, asking questions that revealed their innocent wisdom. But why did he forget? One asked. How could someone so wise become so foolish? And Gandalf, looking at their earnest faces in the firelight, answered with words that crystallized everything he had learned from his painful encounter at Orthanc. He forgot, Gandalf said gently, because he stopped living among people who could remind him of what truly mattered. He surrounded himself with servants who feared to contradict him, rather than friends who would challenge his thinking. He spent all his time studying power, rather than experiencing life. And gradually, so gradually, he did not notice it happening. The things he studied became more important to him than the things he studied them for. He came to believe that his wisdom gave him the right to control others, that his knowledge meant he knew better than they did what choices they should make. And was he right? Another young hobbit asked.
Did he know better? Perhaps he did, Gandalf replied. Perhaps his knowledge and wisdom meant he could see dangers others missed, could understand implications they did not grasp. But that did not give him the right to take away their freedom to choose for themselves. You see, true wisdom is not just knowing what is right, but understanding that you might be wrong, respecting the right of others to come to their own conclusions, even when you believe those conclusions to be mistaken. The moment you think your wisdom justifies forcing others to obey your will, you have stopped being wise and started being something else entirely. The hobbits pondered this in silence for a while, and Gandalf felt a deep satisfaction in seeing them wrestle with ideas that many beings far older and supposedly wiser never truly grasped. This was what Saruman had lost, this willingness to engage with fundamental questions, to examine one's own assumptions, to remain always open to new understanding. As the evening drew to a close, and the young hobbits departed to their homes, Gandalf remained beneath the ancient tree, smoking his pipe, and watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. He thought of the long ages he had walked Middle-earth, of all he had seen and learned, of the many forms wisdom could take and the countless ways it could be lost. His encounter with Saruman had been painful, but it had taught him lessons he might have learned no other way, had reinforced truths he had always known, but needed to understand more deeply. The path ahead remained uncertain, the growing darkness still threatened, and the challenges facing the free peoples had not diminished. But Gandalf felt more prepared than ever to meet those challenges, armed not with greater power, but with clearer understanding of how power should and should not be employed. He would continue to walk among the peoples of Middle-earth, to inspire rather than control, to trust rather than fear, to serve rather than dominate. And if that path led to defeat, then at least it would be an honest defeat, one that honoured the values he claimed to defend, rather than betraying them in the name of victory. Thus ends the tale of Gandalf's wisdom, learned at great cost in the Tower of Orthanc, where he discovered that the greatest dangers sometimes came not from enemies without, but from the corruption of friends from within, and where he relearned truths about power and wisdom that would guide him through all the trials yet to come.